Before we get back to the main plot, there's side things I want to do. Rise and shine, bud. Bun. I say, aren't you that adventurer who's been exploring the Palace of the Dead? Yeah, well, yes I am. I've been doing that off camera. It's foreign, isn't it? You've caused quite a stir among the men. Indeed, everyone in the Shroud speaks of your daring, some more favorably than others. You see, there's this Lalafell who came to Buscaron's druthers a few days past. He practically lives in the tavern now, always deep in his cups, muttering about dead friends and vengeful spirits. He mentioned your name amidst his ramblings. Several times, in fact. We usually pay no mind to drunkards at the tavern, but to be frank, he's become something of a nuisance. Perhaps you could speak with him? If the gods are good, you'll catch him in a moment of sobriety. Hey. Barkeep! Another bottle. The strong stuff this time. How's a man to drown his troubles in this tepid piss you call ale? I said, hick! Huh? It's foreign. If the gods would deliver you to me a third time. If anyone can help me, surely it's you. After our ordeal in the Tamtara Deepcroft, I tried to return home, but it's no use. Try as I might, I cannot stop thinking about her. About Ada. You saw her? When? Where? I fought her at the Palace of the Dead. This is her engagement ring. I'd recognize the design anywhere. She would always keep this in her breast pocket for fear it would get dirty on our outings. Strange, though, it would find its way back to you. Back to this place. I realize this is sudden, but would you accompany me to the bridge just outside? I'd like you to help me with something. Thank you for coming. I thought my heart would burst from my chest when I laid eyes on that ring. Would that I could forget the horrors of that damnable crypt. Seems the best I can do is drown them in ale. Perhaps this is punishment for the way we treated her. Every night when I close my eyes, I can still see them. Ada with her ghastly grin, and that abomination she dared to call a Vare. The dream is always the same. We wish to return home, they tell me. Fear if I don't grant this request, they will haunt me till my dying day. My first thought was to hold a small remembrance service of sorts to honor them. Then I asked myself, what good would that do without bodies, or even a keepsake? Then I remembered their engagement rings, a symbol of their innocence and purity, of a time before this calamity befell them. With those in hand, I could do my part to put their souls to rest. Of course, that would have meant returning to that awful place to seek out and retrieve the ring from her... Shudder. I cursed myself for running away the last time we met. If I had stayed, with you at my side, perhaps I could have found the courage to try. Yet fate has conspired to bring you here, and with Ada's ring, now we need only find a Vare's to complete the set. Now I know what you're thinking, and no, I will not ask you to accompany me back to the Tamtara Deepcroft. Thankfully, that won't be necessary. You see, the night before our fateful foray into the Deepcroft, a Vare and I went to the druthers for perhaps one too many drinks. We stumbled outside in a drunken stupor, and it was here that he fell into the river. We thought it hysterical. That is, until we realized that not only were his gauntlets missing, but his ring as well. There was no use searching for it in the dark, so we decided to return at first light. But alas, we never found it. Ada could never know. Now I would make things right. To do that, we must retrieve Amh Araeng. Come, I very much doubt these shallow waters would carry his gauntlets far. I dare not ask how or why Ada found her way into those ruins, but I am strangely glad for it. Had you not gone into Eulmore, I fear her ring would never have made its way here. To think I could scarce take a step into the Tamtara Deepcroft, let alone that death trap. Thankfully, that is behind us. For now, let us see about finding Amh Araeng, shall we? You find a pair of old, rusted gauntlets. Cursory shake dislodges a dull ring from within. Can I help you there, sir? You found his gauntlets, truly? What of the ring? Please tell me it was still inside. Yes, this is it. Now all that remains is to find a place where we might lay their rings, and hopefully their spirits, to rest. Perhaps Limsa Lominsa. It was, after all, where we all met. What could be better than a beautiful view of the maritime city where their love first blossomed? I could think of no better place than Summerford. Meet me near the top of the skylight. I know a nice little spot with a beautiful view of Limsa. Would you look at that? It brings back such fond memories. Now, let's offer up our prayers to the dearly departed. Even in death they suffered together down there in the dark. Aver, Era, I pray you sleep, and finally know true peace. And with that, I believe we're finished here. Already I can feel a great weight has been lifted from my mind. Perhaps I may even enjoy a good night's rest. Words cannot express my gratitude, Svarin. You've seen me through much and shown me what it means to be an adventurer. Our party lacked unity and paid dearly for it. No one should suffer as they did, and I will do all I can to see other would-be heroes do not succumb to such a fate. Thank you. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Hey, Skywatcher, what's up? A wise woman once said that she who does not pay heed to the skies will most surely get wet. Sound advice, if you ask me. Would you like to hear what the skies tell us this fine day? Everlasting light, everlasting light, everlasting light. Methinks there isn't much to say about the weather right now. Fucking me, bird. What did I tell you? I was barely 10 steps out of the village. Come, let us hurry along before more predators have a chance to gather. Thank you for the escort, Svarin. This is the gentleman I wish to speak with, so we needn't go any further. Luke. Are you wandering around by yourself out here? You know what kind of creatures lurk beyond the borders of the village. Yeah, wild birds who want to peck your eyes out. Huh. Well, if it isn't Clifton's little girl, something I can do for you, lass? Yes, sir. I came for an answer to my proposal from the other day. Have you given any thought to taking over as village mayor? I'm doing the best I can in the interim, but I have neither the age nor the wisdom to continue in the role. The rest of the villagers agree with me. I'm fairly sure I told you nay once already. But seeing as you found a guard just so you could come and talk to me, then mayhap I will consider the idea, in exchange for a few small tasks. You will? Please, just tell me what I need to do. My friend, Clifton, your dear father, was looking for a sickle to cut some rope. Would you mind skipping back to the village and borrowing one for me? Why would you... I mean, a sickle, was it? For cutting rope. That shouldn't be too difficult. I'd only meant to ask you along for the one trip, but if I'm to complete these tasks... Would you be willing to indulge me a while longer? Well, he's not gonna tell me what he's staring at. Oh well. Back to the village. Good day to you, young Euless. You look a little flustered, dear. Is there something I could help you with? And a good day to you, madam. I was actually hoping to borrow a sickle. Is that all? Here, you could take this one. I've several spares, so there's no rush in returning it. Doing a spot of harvesting, are you? My thanks, but it's not for me exactly. I was asked to bring one for my father. Your father? Shadows, save me. Forgive me. If you're to accompany me in these tasks, then you deserve to know the whole story. It was my father, Clifdall, who was the former mayor of Wright. And the incident I spoke of earlier was something that happened a year ago. One day, a stray sin eater came prowling around and slaughtered nearly half the village. It was a waking nightmare. Some of the villagers blamed my father. They said it was because he refused to accept the protection of Eulmore. The sheer scale of the tragedy and the accusations that followed wore away at his conscience until finally he could bear the guilt no longer. He hanged himself. Luke, the old man we spoke to, was his closest friend, but considering how he worded his request, it seems he's reluctant to accept the fact of my father's death. Still, I would see this task to its end. Let us bring him his sickle, shall we? So we laid one couple of spirits to rest, and now we're, helping lay another spirit to rest, I guess? I wasn't really planning on turning this into a theme, but... Luke, sir, we've brought the sickle you asked for. Oh, good. Old Clifton will be glad to see this. Yeah, it really is. Little necromancer medium getting to flex his skills. Oh, sir. Thank you for staying with me, Sparren. This might be harder than I expected. I'm grateful to have you with me, Sparren. Thank you again. Luke, sir, I believe you had more tasks for me? Still here, are you? Yes, tasks. There's a talos of mine that's taking far too long to make its return. Probably busy tussling with some dim-witted predator. Go and see how it fares, and chase off anything slowing it down. But I'll be... Ah, you mean that talos. Pray follow my lead, Svarin. We'll find the talos in question to the southwest of here, and I've no doubt there will be dim-witted predators aplenty for you to deal with. Get away from me, bird. I swear I'm not that tasty. There's the Talos Luke was talking about. I think something's made a nest in there. I'm glad you were here. They must have burrowed in beneath the plates. I know Luke implied the Talos was still moving, but as you can see... Once upon a time, there'd be a line of these contraptions hauling materials down to the shipyard, step by ponderous step, which incidentally is how the slow road supposedly earned its name. But after Daedalus Stoneworks closed down some 15 summers ago, there was no one left to make or maintain their creations. One by one, the Talos slowly fell into disrepair. This particular worker was damaged during that stray eater rampage, and it hasn't shifted an elm ever since. It was always Luke's favorite. Come, let us make our report. Today on Shadowbringers, we're going to be doing a whole lot of sad stories. Can make a pretty strong case for grief being a big theme in Shadowbringers, but arguably you could also make an argument that grief is a big theme throughout all of Final Fantasy XIV. Luke, sir, Svarn has cleared away the pests who were bothering your Talos. It should be left alone for the time being. Oh, excellent news. But I expect he'll need a good polishing when he returns. The most troublesome ones are often the most endearing, eh? Oh, sir. You've done me a fine service. Thank you. Indeed, thank you, Svarn. I never could have fought such creatures myself. If I might impose upon you for the next task as well. Thank you again for staying. I honestly could not do this without you. Luke, sir, were there any more tasks you had for us? Just one last thing. I want you to gather some pretty flowers from the split hull as a gift to my darling wife. She went out for her usual walk, but has not yet deigned to come home. I fear I may have said something to sour her mood. I understand. We shall gather a lovely bouquet for her, then. Well, Svarn, will you accompany me to the cave for some flower picking? If Only I had. Do a bit of plankless tasks since I'm in the area. First, scatter those flowers. Leave me alone! God damn it! I've got time for you, bird! This is almost pleasant, isn't it? Aside from the aggressive wildlife, of course. No kidding! I should tell you about Silut's wife. She was killed in the Eater incident, although I imagine you already suspected as much. Yeah, it seemed kind of obvious. They made such a sweet couple. Every day they would walk up this cape hand in hand, and she would gaze out over the flowers with this warm, contented smile. Siluc himself has some training as a warrior. He would guard her as if she were a princess, and he, her gallant knight... I'm sorry, it's just... sniff. Wounds of the heart are slow to mend. That they are. And simply having someone there to share the grief can be enough to carry us through another day. It has been but a year, and we are all still suffering. Some seek to bury the misery beneath cheery faces, and others are yet trapped in the memories of the past. Siluc, I fear, is one of the latter. But if a bouquet of flowers is what it takes to help him work through his sadness, then I would pick every bloom from this cape. Will you give me a hand to find some of the prettier flowers? Pray think of it as a tribute to the deceased. Really? Leave me alone. I'm just trying to pick flowers. Can't I do that in peace? Choose the ones with the brightest petals. Those are the kind she loved best, I think. Not running back yet. Let's see what we have. Yes, these are beautiful. Thank you. Sir Luke will be pleased. Let's take them back to Stonegazer before they get crushed in some scuffle. Leave me alone! Eh? Something I could do for you, stranger. Oh, beat me with a hammer. Has it been that long? I was aiming to salvage the planks from this old hull, but she's given me more trouble than I bargained for. Bit of a waste to leave all this lumber lying around. Not much call for seaworthy ships since the light ate up half the world, you understand. So I reckoned it were better for a woodworker like me to put it to good use. These boards, though, are so tightly joined I can't pull the bleeding things loose. Here, do me a favor and sprinkle some of this powder on the joints along the keel. I'll keep working on this end, and with any luck I can make it home before the wife stomps down here to fetch me herself. Hey, Widget. Doing a bit of side questing before getting back to the main quest. That should do the trick. Powdered fire crystal is the best thing for melting wood glue. Just pour on a little water and the steam will take care of the rest. This ought to be a one-man job now, thanks to you. Oh, and if you could let Thenoise know I'll be done within the hour, then you'll have helped me out of 2 rough spots today. Alright, let's see how many animals try to eat my face. Hooray, none of them actually tried. Yeah. They're always trying to eat my face. He's alright then? Well, that's a relief. Wright's had its share of troubles, and a wife does worry. What, he had you helping strip planks? The cheek of that man! Still, we're lucky his father taught him the trade at all, even if he uses those skills to take ships apart instead of building them. A woodworker puts food on the table, so I'm grateful to his family for keeping up their traditions. And I'm grateful to you for bringing me peace of mind. Please, take this for your kindness. Hooray! We got rewards, including a level up. Alright, let's go back and finish up this other quest. And see how sad the ending makes us. We made it. The flowers are none the worse for wear. Hi, Luke. Svarin and I have returned with a bouquet for your wife. Or his dead wife. Ah, splendid, thank you. Now perhaps you will come... Yes. She'll come back to the hub. Sir. Euless, forgive me. I have asked such cruel things of you. And I must apologize to you as well, Svarin. Nah, I do this all the time for ghosts. My beloved wife, my dear neighbors, so many gone. After it happened, despair became my only company. I could not even save my closest friend when his torment was plain for all to see. I could never forgive myself. So I embraced this delusion, thinking that maybe if I tried hard enough, I truly believed they were still alive, that the events of that day would fade away like the nightmare it was. I succeeded only in hurting those around me. I understand why you did what you did, sir. Truly I do. You always were such a sweet child. I will place the flowers you brought on her grave. She would have loved them. As for me assuming the role of mayor, I'm sorry, but I cannot give you a decision just yet. Take as long as you need. In fact, I might need a little time to recover myself. Svarin, if you could give me a moment or two? Thank you for your patience, Svarin. Luke still appears to be wrestling with his thoughts, but perhaps we can help him come to a decision. Sir, I don't mean to press you, but might you have arrived at an answer to my proposal? It's been 2 seconds! Woman, give me some time! Not exactly, no. There's another matter I have yet to reconcile. Would you mind sharing this matter with us? Well, it goes back to the day that the Eater attacked the village. I was taking my turn as lookout here at Stonegazer. It's a duty we take very seriously. They say when the tower was originally built, in the time before the flood, they were worried about dwarves and mountain bandits, but these days... Yes, there's far worse prowling around, and I failed to spot it. The Sin Eater which came that day did not appear as the other monstrosities I have seen. From a distance, it simply looked like a person. I wanted to be sure before I rang the warning bell, but I waited too long. Many who could have fled died because of my hesitation. How could a man of such faulty judgment ever serve you as mayor? What comfort can I offer those whose loved ones were needlessly slain? None! Not whilst the abomination itself yet roams free to kill again. You would take vengeance on our behalf? That is good, for we were powerless before its might. Should the Eater show its cursed face again, and I pray you are as strong as you appear. I know nothing of the roads you have walked or the battles you have fought, so I can but echo what Luke has said. Our prayers will be for your victory. Well, sir, you've heard Svarin's words. Talk of vengeance aside, I do not believe the villagers, either living or dead, will hold you responsible for the actions of that monster. And yet, I cannot fault you for wanting to remain distant. Pray forgive me for pestering you so. Nay, 'tis I who should beg forgiveness. Yeah, exactly. Gotta be careful of those sneaky ones. Though you've lost as much as anyone, I left you to shoulder the burden of leadership alone. All will be well with you back among us again. Come, let us return to the village. As I've said, it's unsafe to linger out here for long. Svarin, one last escort back to Rite, if you would. Right. Feed my programs within the city limits. My thanks for your protection, Svarin, not to mention your unfailing patience. It is my hope that now Luke has unburdened his mind to us, his heart will be that tiniest bit lighter. I, for one, feel ready to face another day. After all, I have my friends and neighbors here to help me face it. There was one last thing I wanted to show both you and Sai Luke. It has to do with Wright's traditional industry, if you were interested in taking a look. Oh good, I was worried you'd had enough of me. My last errand for you, then, will be to have a word with Sai Luke and bring him to the barley fields at the front of the village. I'll be there tending to the crops until you arrive. Ah, Svarn, I'm grateful for your understanding, and the flowers you brought. My wife would have very much approved of the selection. Now, was there something you wished to discuss with me? I mean, Euless wanted me to bring you to the fields. And Euless wants me there as well, does she? You'd best head over to the fields, then. This is what I wanted to show you. This barley crop right here. This was your father's plot, wasn't it? And you've been tending to it in his absence? Every single day, I wanted to see his plans come true. His plans? Yes, he dreamed of restoring things to how the history books said they once were, before the flood ruined everything. Our village has long been known as a place of artisans. Even the name, right, is a nod to all the craftsmen that once made their home here. In years gone by, it's said a line of talus would stretch down the road, arms bearing lumber, and the shipyard would echo with the calls of shipwrights hard at work. And when the day was done, they would gather here to share an ale in the village. My father, he'd hoped to brew that traditional Wright ale with the barley from this crop, to one day tap a barrel with his family and dear friends and raise a toast. So, to the future. By Luke, Svarn. Will you raise a mug with me when that day comes? Of course I will. Ah, but my dear girl, the land here does not nourish the crops as it once did. I fear it will be some time ere you'll have barley fit for the ale you have in mind. In the meantime, will you help me with the rest of Clifton's plans? The rest? He wanted things the way they once were, did he not? Then we must first recover from the tragedy which was visited upon us. There is no simple solution, but I mean to do what I can to lead our community out of this mire of pain and grief. Assuming you are still willing to have me as mayor. Yes, of course, sir. Thank you. I was set to live out the rest of my life in denial, but you and Euless have opened the eyes of this old fool to what needs to be done. And for that, you have my thanks. Now, I had best get to work. I have folk to talk to and plans to make. When you're finished here, Euless, I should appreciate your assistance. Well, Svarn, I think this is where we finally part ways. Thank you again for all you have done for us. The people of Wright will go on, even under the weight of our sorrow. It might not happen this day or the next, but together we'll find ways to make things better, to recapture the prosperity this village once had. I look forward to when you next visit. With any luck, I'll be waiting to put a frothing mug of bright brewed ale in your hand. All right. Now that that's over with, now to get back to the main plot. Quick fly over. Big beastie. Now to find the front door again. Welcome to Eulmore, fortunate friends. May I have your name? I'm Alfino, an artist, and this is Svarin, my assistant. Ah, yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. We can forego the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, the citizens of Eulmore are divided into two classes. These are the free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord Vothry, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. You will be joining the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve the patron in the capacity for which you were chosen. In your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free or accept work as a general laborer. Yeah. You gotta pay us for that. I see. And might you tell us something of the patron we are to serve? The two patrons, actually. Chai Nuz and Dulia Chai, a Mistel couple whom most refer to as the Chais. They are both gentle souls, but I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility, for your own sake as much as theirs. Now, a moment please while I complete the relevant paperwork. All in order. These are your registration documents. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you will officially be Eulmoran citizens. Enjoy your new life in paradise. Welcome to the Bureau of Registration. Papers, please. What have we here? Alfino, artist, Svarin, artist assistant, to be employed in the service of Lord Chai Nuz and Lady Dulia Chai. Yes, everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think it best that we deliver you to the Chai residence before... Sniff. Sniff, sniff. Oh, dear. You smell hideous. Did you crawl here through a ditch? It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some unwashed beast. Proceed directly to the delousery next door and scrub yourselves clean. Use whichever showers are free. After you've rinsed away that stench, you'll want to splash yourselves with this perfume. Liberally. Once you've made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to the Chai residence. Cornan, the guard by the stairs, will give you directions. I hadn't realized we were so aromatic. Some technical issues going on in the background. Excuse me a moment. I'll fit all this stuff on my desk. Yep. Oh, that's inconvenient. We're to bathe in here, then. You rinse yourself clean in the stream of water. You apply the perfume as directed, and the delicate scent of roses fills the air. Oh, you've showered and dressed already, have you? Is it not, that is to say, it seems rather exposed for one's ablutions, does it not? Hurry up and shower, Stinky! What would Estidian say? Or Alisaie would have been drying her hair by now. So basically all three answers are Raz Alfino. Alisaie would have been drying her hair by now. Wouldn't she just? Very well, I shall endeavor to emulate her boldness then. Courage, Alfino. Well, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons, then? Good, we don't need to chase him with a hose. You're looking to present yourselves to the Chais, are you? Let me explain how the city's laid out, then. Imagine 3 layers, one on top of the other. Alas. Maybe some other day we'll get to chase him with a hose. This layer here is called the buttress. Above us is the understory, where the military has its headquarters. And above that, you've got the canopy, which is where the free citizens of Eulmore spend their days. So if you want to find your new patrons, you'll need to keep climbing until you run out of stairs, then look for the Grand Dame's parlor. They'll be in there, like as not. Okay. Like that. Nope. Alas. It's attuned to this thing. According to the message engraved in the base, special permission is required to use this aetherite. Well, that's a bit inconvenient, isn't it?
Oh, who's this then?
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you were in search of an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
Oh, goodness me! What an adorable boy! That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers. I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he will paint us the most delightful pictures.
yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Wonderful, wonderful! Welcome to Eulmore.
Alphino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all. Of all people, 'tis he who best understands my work. With his unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture has begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than him being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city he has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for his priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on his behalf.
Did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have his wish. He shall be free to roam to his heart's content. Isn't that right, darling?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
Now you've the opportunity to experience Eulmore, I suggest you make the most of it. Explore the city top to bottom. Yes, exactly. In other words, I would start with the canopy and go from there. Try wandering around the market stalls, mayhap? Such places are usually filled with colorful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with a friendly visitor. I would appreciate it, of course, if you could share any discoveries with me in turn. We should both learn as much as possible about our, new place of residence. And hang on a sec, I'm gonna... Making sure this damn thing is actually working properly. There we fucking go. Yep. There we go. Now I've got my setup working. Oh, hello there. A fresh register, are we? You seem a little lost. Well, 'tis lovely to make your acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, you wouldn't happen to have run into my attendant on your wanderings, would you? Big, strong lad, long hair, tied back. He was escorting me on a shopping errand when I realized I'd dropped my handkerchief, and now I've been waiting here all alone while he's been off searching for it. I'm not terribly fond of being alone. If you do see him, I would be obliged if you could pass on this message. Forget the silly handkerchief and return to my side at once. Oh dear. Wicked white, that was too close. Thank you, friend. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see. The wind must have blown it over the edge, but luckily it caught on something. I thought if I could just stretch out far enough. You must think pretty highly of your mistress to quite literally go out on a limb for her. She is my entire world. Without her, I am nothing. When I first came to Eulmore, I thought only of improving my lot in life. But there was so much more to the city than wealth and plenty. There's no war here, no conflict. The residents all treat each other with warmth and respect. Do they? My mistress has been ever so kind to me, and I can think of no other place in Calusia where I could possibly be happier. Sorry, I must have gotten a bit carried away. I find it hard to stop when I start counting my blessings these days. Please, you should come with me to meet my lady. Once she hears of your deed, you'll be witness to her generosity firsthand. Yeah. What? Lonely, you say? Curse my clumsy feet, I must return to her immediately. My attendant told me everything. I'm so very grateful you were there to offer your assistance. You value him pretty highly, then. As if he were a member of my own family. I could not live the wonderful life I lead without him. We free citizens owe the bonded our unending gratitude. Mayhap in another society our different standing would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Eulmore a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of that measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes. Upon registration, all of our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin has an almost miraculous effect on people's outlook. I mean, yeah, genuinely. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy our tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see what the markets have to offer as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten you, of course, our courageous messenger turned rescuer. All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work unduly. A tour of the city, is it? Then you really must visit the beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Local humor. Anyway, a lady by the name of Tista B usually has her seat near the entrance. She will gladly speak with you on any number of topics, assuming you find yourself on her good side. Beehive. Beehive is a place of noise and excitement, a little sting to invigorate the safe, pampered lives of Eulmore's free citizens. Regardless of gender, this establishment's bonded workers are often called honeybees, while the owner reigns above them as queen. Well, his gender is no object to anyone here. Hello, ma'am. Welcome to the beehive, my little drone. Seeking the sting of excitement to liven up your day? I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering, you see, always gives them away. Why don't we play some cards to set you at your ease, eh? A quick game of high or low. It's simply a matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor. Within reason, of course. Interested? Alright, let's play. Good for you. No time like the present, I say. Yeah. Wrong ones. These are more mundane bees. 3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over, and I flip 2 of mine. Now, what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? I was thinking high. You're going with high, then? Right, let's see what we've got. My cards add up to 7, and you have a total of 18. Yeah, that's higher. Congratulations, your guess was right. Usually I'd concede defeat at this point, but what do you say to a rematch? One more win, and then we'll talk about that favor. Come on, ma'am. Another match of high or low? Come down, little honeybee. We all need our diversions. All right, one more time. That's the spirit. Let me sort out the deck. Now, what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? I'm gonna go low. You're going with low then? Right then, let's see what we've got. My cards add up to 20, and you have a total of 11. Got it right. Well, well, would you look at that? I think you've got a knack for this newcomer. Congratulations. Victory is yours, as is the prize I promised. Come whisper in my ear then, and don't be shy. Tell old Tista what she can do for you. Do I have to actually whisper in your ear? That's all. How delightfully wholesome. But if knowledge is what you want, then that is what you shall have. In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sin Eaters. They say Lord Vothry is born with the power to command them, which means no Eulmore need ever raise a weapon in defense of the city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? If your itch still needs scratching, you might get a few words out of a thorn over there. There's not that merry sot likes more than the sound of his own voice. This sounds like a double-edged sword. What's that? New to Eulmore, you say? Ha ha ha! Only just arrived and already you're looking to peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm all for chatting, but you need to slow down and enjoy life, my friend. I tell you what, you hop up on stage and give us a dance first, and then we can have our little talk. Why do you want me to dance? What kind of dance is that? That's the way. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Got better dances. I know you do. Got her stately ball dance. Got her step dance. Alas, I don't have any other dances currently. But I can expand my repertoire later. Woohoo! Now that was a show! You're welcome to clamber up on stage anytime you like. So, what was it you wanted me to ask me? Ah, yes, something about our fair city. Well, I can tell you it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. The Eulmore army may be the very essence of military might, but even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against the Senators. Things changed for us, so around 20 years ago now, when the old ruler's son came to power. He's got this way with the Eaters, you see. Turns them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've become something of an ally to Eulmore. No longer an enemy to be feared. And yet elsewhere there are still fools who insist on fighting their losing battles. Ha! A toast to Lord Vothry. You've gained a preliminary sense of the city. The Chives and Alfie know will be expecting your return. Alfie, this city is weird. Oh, you've returned from your jaunt around the city so soon? You needn't have hurried back. Young Alfino has yet to put brush to canvas. One cannot rush good art, I'm told. Or good artists, apparently. Ah, finally. Hey look! New outfit! I've put together an ensemble out of the garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? Oh, goodness gracious me, that last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You truly are a handsome boy. However am I to decide? Truly dashing. Seems... Miss Chai is in agreement. I don't recall this part of the artistic process. Exactly. The lad is an artist, dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we sent him to work for the reason we called him here. Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly... I think you two might be in need of either a pet to dote on or possibly a child to dote on. Let's be real here. Well, I'd not... That is to say, as long as you... just make sure you give the lad time to prepare. We know who will be upset if he's not ready to paint at a moment's notice. Whatever you say, darling. So, shall we pick out some jewelry next? Alfino draws you close with a whisper. Good thing I'm practically standing on top of him. Lady Chai has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently that extends to how I should dress whilst painting. Congrats, Alfie. You now have 2 moms and 2 dads. For now. But this obsession of hers works in our favor. The time I spend indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the layer below us and sniff about the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own tale to tell. Alright, back down the stairs we go. Sob, sniff. You're one of the bonded, aren't you? Like me? Please, I need your help. My throat, I can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's just not getting any better. If my patron thinks I'm of no use to him, then... Sob. I need you to sneak out to the derelicts and describe my condition to Thorich. Here's a list of symptoms and a hunk of meal to pay for his medicines. Please, I have no one else to return to. In retrospect, maybe trying to put on a voice like that was a bad idea. Grab these other aetherites real quick. Hey, Thorich. Hee, you need medicines, tonic, potions. So her symptoms: coughing, hoarse, hard to swallow, feels like something's there, sore throat. A cure for an ailing voice, is it? No medicine will cure this. He thinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. It must be cut out, excised, and even then the voice may never heal completely. Hee, poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder? Or simply silence her chirps? Ho, your face! You didn't know? Of the many hopefuls who enter the city, very few are ever seen to leave, even as corpses. Oh, you might see one or two fortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest? Gone. A town of nightmares it is. Not for this ship's rat. Oh, no. I am content to scurry around down here and nibble on the crumbs which fall from the table. This consultation is over. You have my verdict, and I have my meal. Good day. Yeah. Maybe with my alchemy skills, I can help her out. My alchemy skills was probably work on a bit. Oh, handy. You have attuned yourself to all of the Aethernet shards in Eulmore. Colusia is now accessible as an Aethernet destination. Did you get my medicine? Oh, that's it? What am I to do if I can't sing? Oh, there you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend. Oh, generous sir, have mercy. I've done all I can, but even the apothecary said... So you've been suffering all this time? I'm sorry, my pet. I hadn't realized your affliction was this grave. Oh, you needn't fret. I'll not reward your hours of trilling by casting you out into the street. You are too kind, sir. What use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I become more burden to you than treasure. Then I shall have a word with Lord Vothry and arrange for your ascension. In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness will your song ring out clearly once again. Or mayhap you think it a step too far. No, you would do that for me? Of course. Why, I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing your blessed instrument was waiting there to greet me. Yeah! Yeah. He's a decent person, even if what he's proposing sounds a little bit suspicious. Ascension? Ah, you must be a new arrival. Allow me to explain. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them unto celestial paradise. It is through Lord Vothry that we learned this truth. It is through Lord Vothry's grace that the free people of Eulmore are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment, until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within that host, should their patrons deem them worthy. Lord Vothry truly is a great man, isn't he? Now, if you'll excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation for the compassion you have shown my precious canary. Yeah. This it sure does sound many flavors of ominous. Yeah, damn it. I can't actually teleport up there because I can't use the main aetherite. Oh, alas. Eventually, I'll be able to just teleport up there. Okay. A nice little portrait of them. It is good to see you back. You were taking so long, I began to worry something had happened. I've begun sketching an outline for the portrait, but nay, the eyes appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what your investigations have gleaned thus far? So, Lord Vothry boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters, does he? I would explain the reverence in which he's held by the citizenry. Oh. That might have been what they were going for, actually. I would not be surprised. And if it was, goddamn. Gotta love the translation team sometimes. And as for this ascension business, I cannot help but be put in mind of that apothecary and his ominous remarks. If so many folk have entered the city over the years, then where do they go? I'm sure we'll find out the answer is not something horrifying later on. Oop. Okay, we're almost done here. Take my eye off you for one moment and you're chattering away with that assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done, then? blazes? It's so unflattering. Explain yourself, Avi, now. I don't know, I think it looks really sweet. Where's your artistic interpretation? It should evoke images of affluence and nobility, and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty. Lord Chai, you stated that this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary. Yours being a joyous union, it seemed to me that a realistic portrayal... Realistic? I don't want realism, I want perfection! A spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees, to make people cry out in amazement. I don't know, I think this'll do the job. Now, fetch a blank canvas and... I say, did that come from above? Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose set to ruin our fair city. But our lord hath got him now, and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who'd watch it fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. A malcontent? How dreadful! And this man is to face sentencing? That's right. In fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the Emergent, the level above us where Lord Vothry resides. Ordinarily, you would be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening its doors for the next little while. The crown lift will take you up there. We had better not dawdle, then. I don't know what you're complaining about, Mr. Chai. This is a very lovely portrait of you and your wife. Drawn in the crowd up there.
That's him. That's Vothry. He is attended by sin eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking?
Mercy! Mercy!
By the 12. Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Lord Vothry, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Eulmore is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society! To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. But he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that. What then is a man of mercy to do, but offer the sinner another way to show his contrition?
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin-eaters are part of Eulmore's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
It is true that Kaishia won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Eulmore?
Dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin-eaters. And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
People call this paradise.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Oh, an artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me. Of Eulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence. Gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could. Can you walk?
I think so. Did that little worm just insult me? I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! Torment them! Torture them! And tear out their hearts!
What a pleasant man. Also, I love how long it took for him to realize what Alphino just said. Yeah. Forgive me. In my anger, I seem to have marched us back outside again. Though it is probably best we leave the island altogether. I believe we've worn out our welcome in Eulmore. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin-Eaters will find few allies in Colusia. I will accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Kaishir, I have done you a grave disservice. You were hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risks inherent in you accepting it. If I had but known the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But even after all the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and saved me. And now Lord Vothra wants us all dead. Why not come back with us to the Crystarium? I'm certain we can find work for you there if you are willing. No. Now would just be me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking. Learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Very well, but you must promise you'll be careful. The Eulmorans may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry. And you take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. How do you know? Lord and Lady Chai. What in the blazes did you do? They have the entire city looking for you. I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alphino. Now, I've had many a beautiful and striking picture painted for me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you had caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I will speak with Lord Vothra and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth over any hard feelings. I'm sorry, Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest? Pray press me no further. We are leaving, but I would not presume to take the garments you were so kind as to procure for me. One moment. I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy. I insist. And I shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. Yeah, exactly! We're gonna make sure these aren't the last days you have left. I will return, I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. The next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade. Oh, gonna make me flip it all the way back. Ugh. Leave me alone. Wee. Splash. Thank you, my friend, for staying at my side through this whole sordid endeavor. Whilst not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, our plans for saving the First are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Vothry and his subjects. Come, we must speak with the Exarch and chart a new course. This is far from over. Business with the Exarch. Let me in. Not a boy to talk to. It is good to be back amongst friends. In such company, I can finally turn my thoughts to the future. But ere we discuss all we have learned and begin planning our next step, I think it best that you visit Alisaie. Her familiarity with Amh Araeng will no doubt provide us invaluable insight, and besides, I know she is as eager to see you as I was. Bring a smile to her face, Farin. I will. Ready to depart for Amh Araeng? Alisaie will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. She, impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was. Repeatedly. I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here, this is a letter of introduction addressed to a man named Cassard, the master of a merchant caravan. There are few who know the ways of the desert as well as he does. Find him at the Amaro launch, and he will see that you reach your destination. Real quick. Oh, you're you're him, aren't you? Haldor's been asking after you. You know Haldor, right? Clan Nutsie's man? If you're keen to hunt the deadliest marks for the biggest bounties, then you might want to seek him out. You'll find it by the board over in the rookery, though, if I were you, I'd steer clear of that whole nasty business. Bad for one's health, it is. I'm sure it'll be fine. Could it be the esteemed warrior himself? Well met, sir, well met. You are a very hard man to track down, by all accounts, yet here you are in the flesh. How very blessed I am to make your acquaintance. I'm Haldor of Clan Nutsy. Perhaps you've heard of us? We have certainly heard of you, I can tell you that. Fighter through and through. I'll come right to it. Interested in joining the clan? Apologies, apologies. Only a fool would sign up without knowing what we're about, and you're no fool, I can see that. The clan is how shall I put it, an association of adventurous souls who make a living hunting certain notable fiends. Orcs, as we are wont to call them. Surely you're familiar with the concept. Norvrant is home to myriad living creatures, many of which pose a threat to her good people. Thus did the Exarch, at least I think it was him, in his boundless wisdom, call upon the Settlement Council to develop a framework that would encourage motivated hunters to dispatch these menaces. To it, ye brave souls who slay marks shall receive due compensation. Not at all a bad arrangement, eh? If you have a mind to reap the benefits, speak with Zyle over there. She'll record your name in the ledger and see you registered as a clan member. May I help you, sir? At the urging of Haldor, was it? I see. You are plainly more than capable of acquitting yourself well enough in battle, and so I have no grounds to refuse you. I hereby accept your application to join Clan Nutsy. Check the board for the latest bills. The tougher the mark, the better the reward. Hunt what you like or nothing at all. However, you may only undertake hunts designated appropriate for a member of your current status, a novice. The clan is disinclined to allow unproven hunters to commit suicide by mark. Once you have achieved a sufficient measure of success, you will be permitted to pursue more dangerous fiends. Do try not to die before then. As a new member of Clan Nutsy, you are permitted to take bills for 1 nut clan marks from the clan hunt board. Defeat the monsters described on the bills, and you will be rewarded with tokens which can be exchanged for exclusive items. To exchange tokens for exclusive items, speak with either Zyle in the Crystarium or with Eulmore in Eulmore. New quests and 2 nut clan mark bills will become available from Haldor in the Crystarium upon reaching level 73. Goes up and complete them as we go along. If you come looking for work, I might have a spot for another guard. Oh, a friend of the Exarch. Hoping to meet someone in Amh Araeng, are you? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set off for our outpost there, as a matter of fact, so we can leave right away, assuming you have everything you need. All set? Then off to the Unforgiving Sands we go. We now travel to Amh Araeng, speak with the adroit Amaro tamer to fly to the desert.
Amh Araeng. From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath Araeng once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Amh Araeng meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
Switch to a different glam. Switch when we get to civilization. Ugh, no matter how many times I come here, the heat never fails to catch me off guard. Don't be surprised when the temperature drops at night, though. The sky is still bright, of course, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the Exarch's letter has said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this Alisaie friend of yours is staying. But that's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop in Mord Souk to break up the trek, allowing me to attend to some business and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. All right, you lot, I'm off, and I'd better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. Right, we head southwest, straight as an arrow. Sprint through the desert sands. Yeah, it is a rather impressive headpiece, isn't it? There it is. Stop here a moment. This is your first visit to Amh Araeng, is it not? Before you cross the river of sand, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that. Built them big, didn't they? That's Kaiser Charles, a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Amh Araeng. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they say that it was once one of Norvryn's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along. Great chunks of Amh Araeng's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. Few who survived didn't see much point in staying. Most of them, anyway. Yeah, just a little bit crooked. I think something must have happened to the Foundation. No, not many choose to come here these days, not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than an Amaro roost for me and my caravan. But not everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see Mord Souk. Let's press on, shall we? Everything but the button I want. Yeah. He's a great tour guide. Here we are, Mord Souk. By the blessed shadow, I love this town. Mordsuk, not just full of Mord, but Humes and all manner of the others too. It has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the floods. The population is nothing if not diverse. Oh, have you met a Mord before? They might look like shifty little blighters, but a more welcoming lot you can never wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Gengen. I'll go ahead and let him know we've arrived. Where it's trying to lead me. I think I know what area that particular current is trying to point me to is in. I don't think I can get to that one yet, game! Unless there's one hiding in town that I've forgotten about. Wait, that's a kobold.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mordsuk.
Souk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Amh Araeng. You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too, many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Amh Araeng by choice, but Mordsouk's a different story. Merchants come from realms around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Aye, that they do. For Mord do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Mord philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
As the good Mord says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense. A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer? I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here! Come and look!
You buy, you buy?
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
Alas, we cannot get pots. And speaking of traveling light, let's see. Not that light. There we go. Put on some more weather-appropriate attire. Welcome to Ronron's, traveler. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Surely we could. Maybe a couple small pots? Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise, yes? Browse Ronron's wares. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out, target a foodstuff and expect it. Left click. So we got worms. Everyone's favorite, plump white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed wriggler, you'll never want any other treat. Yep. I call that mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet cactus fruit, so even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keeps you going in the heat. That's my ever-burning bounty, made with the best parts of the lizard, cured with special spicy spices. Some find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on chilly desert nights. Oh, you'll like those. Chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks, spear with stick, then roast over fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside. Perfect for snacking. They all look tasty, yes? Which to choose, which to choose? So, which one should we go with? Mush loaf, ever-burning bounty, chewy skewer, or glazed wriggler? I mean, from a practicality standpoint, grabbing some mush loaf for the road seems like it would be a really good idea. How about some ever-burning bounty? What a third choice entirely. Yes, put some spice in your stuff. You won't feel the cold this night, and probably not the next one either. You have the gold? And done. 1 Vobertite honor buys you 10 sides of lizard meat. Come on, dude. You spent time living in fantasy India. You can handle spice. Vengeance. Every last mouthful. What an appetite, what a belly! A new legend is born in Mordsuk. Consider your coin purse cracked. I am pleased to accept your custom, and Gengen will be pleased that you honored ours. Yep. Can I get some mush loaf to wash that down? Keeping the merchandise down, yes? No returns. Actually, come to think of it, you know, based on, you know, what we have here visually, I feel like combining some of that meat plus the mush loaf would probably be really tasty. A really good combination. Some spiced meat on some flatbread with some bittersweet juice in it. That sounds pretty bad. That sounds pretty good. I was watching from here, Svarin. You honored our custom and with great relish. You will always be welcome in Mordsuk. If you need anything in Amh Araeng, we are here to provide. You have courage, my friend. Ronron's wares are more exotic than harmful, but I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Right, now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I can conclude my business here in Mordsuk. Oh, offering your services, are you? Aye, well, an assistant would certainly help hurry things along. I have a receipt here for some goods that need picking up from the market. All properly paid for. You just need to do the lifting and carrying. I'll go and take care of some last-minute haggling then. See you in a bit. You may view the market receipt at any time during this quest by using the relevant item in the key items menu. Table cactus, thon ton, iron ore, thol toll, Amh Araeng antiques, meal me to be collected from Mulmul. Yeah, boy. Bun. Alright, gotta run around town figuring out where the hell these things are. I think the thing I'm looking... The, Aetherkern I'm looking for is somewhere on the other side. Aha! Umu. Hey, no touching! That merchandise is spoken for. You couldn't possibly change my mind with a better offer. What? Cassard sent you? Why didn't you say so? I wouldn't dream of selling his goods to a higher bidder. Oh, no. Amh Araeng relics, wasn't it? All packed in that box there. Handle with care. You came in with Cassard, yes? Good. I can finally stop thinking about that sack. Please, take your prickly purchase. And here we go. Here's the last one. Cassard sent you, did he? Right, yes. What kind of ore was it again? Iron ore? Iron ore, of course! That would explain this box I have here. It's all yours. Alright, Cassard, I got the stuff. Don't tell me you've been around the entire market already. Aye, that's a lot, all right. Good work. And quick work, too, considering you've not set foot in the place before. I thought you wanted to sit in the city like the Exarch, but something tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude all my business before you return, but it seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. Oops. I'll have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Cassard? It feels like an age since I last saw you. Well, if it isn't the lovely Tesleen. It has been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This gentleman was on his way to meet with Alisaie. I'm supposed to be taking him to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Alisaie has told me so much about you. You're Svarin, aren't you? Well, I mean, probably not hard to put two and two together, considering I'm a male Vieira with purple and green hair. You don't see many of those. I knew it. How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer at the inn, and I've gotten to know Alisaie quite well since she took up guard duties there. You want me to take over as Svarin's guide, Cassard? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it would be no trouble. That would be a great help, thank you. Well, it looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Amh Araeng, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. Alisaie has been desperate to see you, Svarin, so let's get you to her sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. You just need to swing around the ridge, then head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. Oh, before I go tromping through the desert. Greetings, friend. You like helping people, yeah? Maybe you can help me too. You see, my son Gungun makes me very proud, but very worried. He works very hard, too hard for his own good. He follows orders, yes, follows them until someone tells him to stop. This is very dangerous, bad for his health. I need you to speak to him, persuade him to rest. He should be near the Red Serai, probably leaving no stone unturned in his search for relics. Please, tell him his father orders him to stop. Gentle slapping of his little peats against the cobblestones. Go away. Will this scare you away? Maybe it did. Is that actually scaring them away? No. It would be funny if it did, though. Alas. Search the nooks, search the crannies, search high, search low. Oh, sorry, I did not see you there. Are you lost? Father says I must rest? That will not do. No, no, I will stop, but not yet. I need something to show for my efforts. All this scrabbling, all this searching, and still no shiny. You came here to tell me to stop, but if I refuse, your job will not be finished, will it? I will not do either. Wait, I have an idea. If you help me find shinies, my job will be over, and your job will be over, and I can rest. Simple, yes? Look under that rubble and find whatever there is to be found. Maybe it will be valuable, maybe not. Either way, let us keep searching until we get at least one shiny. No shinies. No shinies. You find a signet ring. Yay! I found a very shiny. What did you find? Not more rubble, I hope. Well, that and this thing. Oh, this looks very special. Such pretty patterns. I've never seen one like this before. But how much is it worth? I am an expert in finding shinies, not a historian. Perhaps we should ask someone. Once we sell it, we will divide the profits between us. We worked as a team, so half for you, half for me. Fair is fair. Yeah, that sounds very fair to me. Mord of the ring. Such a pretty ring, almost too precious to sell. Almost. We will ask a friend of my father's how much it is worth. He is a good man, and we can trust him. Well, as much as we can trust anyone that my father would call a friend. Anyway, let us meet in Mord soon. Once we are done, we can discuss your reward. Hee, only thing sweeter than a handful of shinies is a purse full of jinglies. I'm sure this signet ring will prove to be very, very valuable and very profitable. Very close he is. This way. What have you got for me tonight? Yeah. I'm not sure, but it is a very lovely shiny. Here, have a look. Let me see. My word, this is exquisite. Judging by the sigil, I'd say this originates from Amh Araeng. You'll need to find an expert in that period to ascertain its true value, though. You mean you do not know? Sorry, Gungun, but the chap with the cart near the south gate might be able to help. White hair, smells of cabbage. Cabbage guy? Then we shall ask him. Thank you for your kind advice. Smells like cabbage, eh? He should be easy to find in that case. May I help you? Please, tell us what this old ring is worth. Oh, I've not seen one of these in a very long time. Well, what is it? This is no simple ring. See that sigil? Used to seal letters it was. The owner must have been someone quite important. But you'd best speak with Jamiel if you want to know who it belonged to. If you want to know about crests and such, he's the one to ask. Ah, not again. I just want my jinglies. Hopefully Jamiel will be the last one we have to ask. Now, what can you two spry younglings need from an old man like me? Sir, I'm probably about the same age as you. We want to know how much we can get for this signet ring. Please tell us. This suspense is killing me. Where did you get this? It belonged to a Malik of Amh Araeng. Oh, that sounds very valuable indeed. So, how much? To a historian, it is priceless. In all likelihood, there's only one such ring in existence. Though I am afraid that to the layman unversed in ancient sigils, it is worth no more than any other signet of a similar age. Anyone in Amh Araeng with even a modicum of wealth would have had one bearing their mark. So, it is priceless, but also not worth very much? I'm confused. It looks like we will not be rolling in riches after all. I'm very sorry to have dragged you around Mordsuk for nothing. But as we always say, no such thing as a thing no one needs, and hard work is its own reward. Something like that, anyway. While your coin purse may be no heavier than before, you have learned an important lesson. At least, I think so. Now the business with the ring is over, I should rest, as I said I would. Then your promise to my father will be fulfilled. Actually, there's something I should like to discuss with you. I am in no rush, however, so let us speak again after your repose. Ah, my curiosity is piqued. Please, you must tell me now. I can rest while I listen. Oh, well, if you insist. I would like you to help me search for more relics from Amh Araeng. If my suppositions are correct, I know where many such artifacts are waiting to be uncovered. I base this claim on my knowledge of the route chosen by the Malik when he led his people's exodus from the Flood of Light. Although many tried to take their most prized possessions with them, it soon became apparent that such burdens would only hinder their escape. Each household discarded their personal treasures one piece at a time. By following the exact path traveled from Amh Araeng, we would be able to unearth many more priceless treasures. What say you? Will you lend me your aid? Of course, and now that I have finished resting, I am ready to start digging. You are quite sure? I am. Svarn, you should come too. You have already found one of these shinies. Maybe you can find some more. You will be amply remunerated for your efforts, even if there are no profits to be made from the sale of the items themselves. I too am a proponent of the motto, honest pay for honest work. We should go before my father tries to stop me. Honestly, there is no such thing as working too hard. Oh, wait, where are we going? The first location is to the east of the inn at Journey's Head. Allow me to lead the way. Oh, hey, I'm heading there anyway. So let's meet up with Tesleen and head out in the direction I was already going to go. Yep. All set? Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. Well, most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance. The local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Do you think you can handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us? Oh yeah, no problem. I thought you might. Alisaie was always saying how much you... let's get going, shall we? Come on. Hang on, Tesleen, this mole is being uppity. Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. And yet hardly a match for you, it seems. I'd always thought Alisaie was strong, but in her mind, she was never... Now it makes sense. Yeah, I guess so. Well, we should push on. It might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distractions. I knew somebody was going to pick a fight with me. I discover a new location while doubling back. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the howling and snarling from here. Frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back to the inn. There's our destination over there. This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. Seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay the favor somehow. But first, let's head inside, shall we? Welcome to the Inn at Journey's Head. You might be our first visitor from the Crystarium since Alisaie arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. The afflicted? You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Alisaie who's so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. I might leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Alisaie give you the full explanation. Now, where is she? I think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out the south side and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone. That sounds strategy. Yeah, I don't think there's much left of this city after all this. I can see why people decided they wanted out of here. Partially. I think partially is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. Alisaie is nowhere to be seen, but you spot fresh footprints on the ground. They look to be about the right size. Smaller footprints lead off to the northwest. The footprints continue on to the northwest. Looks like we've got a bunch of zombies hanging out around here. The footprints curve around to the west. There are more tracks here, but they end in a mess of disturbed sand.
Get back here!
Is that... It can't be.
Impressive.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner. How are you? We fought them to a standstill then. The Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Araeng were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urielge's vision. He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the Flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the first tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the Flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason, which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
Well then. It's just a matter of time. More for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. To add insult to injury, they afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society, and exiled here to the edge of the world. Yeah, exactly. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Tesleen and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters. Which is knowledge I can now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn, and you clear the west. That way you can have an undiluted experience with the resident terrors. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a Sin Eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your aether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever's prowling around out there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. Give these guys enough berth if they won't come for me. Oh, hi. Let's run on back. God damn it. Leave me alone, Sand Mole. Got no quarrel with you. How did you fare? I thought there might be one or two lurking on the fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you noticed it yourself, but individually, these lesser sin eaters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. Yeah, clearly. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the Void Scent, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful sin eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrols, to cull their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come into play. And you've certainly helped on that front. Let's report our victories to Tesleen, shall we? We have a Mara for hire if you're interested. Just checking in with you, my guy. Alisaie tells me you helped out in her patrol. You have our thanks, and my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Alisaie has missed your company. Everything is always, if Svarin were here, he would. That's an exaggeration, and I don't sound like that either. I'll simply try to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Svarin's methods. Honestly, after seeing him in action, I can understand why. The way he leaps into the fray without hesitation, it really is something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. I'm only teasing, though I've no doubt he deserves all the admiration he gets, just as you do. Yeah! Give the kid a hug. I'd love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. Ah, there are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but would you mind waiting here with Alisaie? What, and twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can help you with. I could do with a hand, it's true. Thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder, Alisaie. While we do that, could you tend to a few patients, perhaps? There are 3 in particular I meant to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand. Yep. Damn it, autocorrect. Their names are Pono, Todden, and Hauric. They may not give much in the way of a response, but I promise they'll be pleased to meet someone new. Did I already? Nope. Okay, sure, I get this. There you go. Hello, Pono. Thank you. Hello, Todden. Todden glances up at you blankly, but you notice the tension in his face ease slightly. And hello there, little Hauric. Yep. Hauric remains utterly still as you wipe the sand from his cheek. The texture of his skin is hardened into something akin to plaster. You seen to the patients? How were they? Good. That's good. I knew they would enjoy meeting you. I am concerned about Hauric, though. I will have to speak with the other carers, but I think his time may be near. We shall leave you to have that discussion, then. I was going to take Svar into Mordsuk if you have any errands there that need doing. Well, I suppose there is one thing. Would you pick up a nectarine from the markets, please? Passer's caravan just passed through, so Ron should have some fresh fruit. Come then, Svarn. There's something I want you to see. Right after we stop at Ron's stall, of course. Oh. Speaking of hitting up the markets. Jamiel and Gungun. As I recall, there should be a few artifacts scattered around this area. First items to be discarded were those of little value or simply too cumbersome to be carried over long distances. However, we can assume that many were buried so that they could be recovered later. Therefore, it seems logical that landmarks such as large outcrops and so forth would be used to indicate their position. Less talking, more digging. I want to find the shiny. Lots of lovely shinies over here. What have you got? Dirt-encrusted shield. Oh, a great big shiny. Is this a dinner plate? Jamia, what is this? A heraldic shield. The 5 coins above a castle represent each of the great houses of Amh Araeng. Coins? Is that because they were rich? Precisely. The capital attracted trade from across Norvrend, and much of the wealth found its way into their coffers. Such a booming economy was not built overnight, however. Although Amh Araeng was largely established by humans, the harsh desert environment meant that they had to rely on the aid of neighboring peoples. It was the Mord who taught them how to safely traverse the barren plains, methods for finding sustenance, and much besides. They were also respected partners in matters of commerce. The Naboth owed a great deal to your ancestors, Gungun. I never knew. History is all around us if we know where to look. Which reminds me, the next location I would like to search is not far from here. This way, if you please. I've reason to believe that more artifacts are resting beneath these ruins. Please take the utmost care with any that you discover, as some may be fragile. Nothing but bricks and sand. Have you had better luck? Sand-caked statue. I know what this is, a decorative morph head sculpture. Making these is one of our many traditions. But what's it doing here? We may surmise that it was once kept in the pristine palace of Malik. It once housed tokens of friendship from allied peoples. That the Malik brought such gifts so far from Amh Araeng is proof of their cultural significance. However, when the Naboth and Mord first came into contact, there were many disagreements. I do not understand. We Mord hate arguing. The art of negotiation is another one of our many traditions. Yes, I dare say that was a decisive factor in these disparate peoples finding common ground. And yet the Mord live on while the Naboth are no more. Oh, hopefully we will uncover yet more valuable insights into the past at our final excavation site. And may I say, your work thus far has been nothing short of exemplary. Please save your thanks for when we have finished. There is much still to be done and more treasures to be found. I want to dig. Where is the next spot, Jamiel? West from here, close to the Naboth Severance. Then what are we waiting for? Must hurry. God damn it. Really? Rid of that zombie. Nothing yet, but every handful of dirt I sift brings me closer to the shinies. Gungun, there's something I would like to ask you. Yes, I'm listening. Working, but listening. Why do you go to such lengths to help me? You have had barely a moment's rest since we first began, yet you set about your digging like a man possessed. What can I say? I love to work, that is all. Maybe that is not such a good answer. I mean, I am a Mord of Mordsuk. This is our way. Is that so? No such thing as a thing no one needs. And you need these treasures, yes? Then I will find them for you. Helping each other, helping outsiders, it makes no difference. A job well done is a source of great pride for Mord. Now I see why the Naboth valued your ancestors' friendship so highly. Oh, I have found something. A tube? Wait, there's a lid. Let me open it. Ah, something is inside. Jamia, what is this? Where did he go? How strange. But I wanted to show him this treasure, of all the times to go for a stroll. Can you go and look for him? You will see further from higher ground. I will wait here and guard the relic. Jamil is nowhere to be seen. You had best report your findings, or lack of, to Gungun. Damn it. Leave me alone. I'm sure it's all fine. So, what happened to him? God damn it! Excuse me, I'm being punched by a fucking zombie. You do not know? Oh, this bodes ill. Ill indeed. While you were gone, I inspected the treasure. Inside was a scroll which shows the Naboth royal family tree, and the last Malik's name was... Jamil. Yeah. There are 0 zombies in the vicinity. Yep. No zombies whatsoever. Which can only mean one thing, that he is really the last Malik's ghost. He must have needed someone to find his final treasure so that he could pass into the afterlife. We must inform Father. If there are ghosts wandering around, he needs to warn everyone. Not a single zombie to be found. Let's go hit up the Amaro Cape. Pretty sure I need to hit up Mordsuk, so... yeah. Everything's in Mordsuk, so... catch a bird. Yeah, they want you to pay them to cremate your dead so that you don't have to deal with the supposed zombie threat. Goon Goon, and then I'll see about Ron Ron. Precisely. I am not sure what Father will make of these goings-on, but I must tell him what we saw, or rather what we did not see. Gosh, we're gonna find him talking to Jamiel. Svarin, you have been assisting my son with his work, yes? This is true, Father, but we have grim tidings. Oh, here he comes. Master Gengen, might I have a... Ah, there they are. Whatever is the matter? Do not come any closer. Excuse me. Keep away from me, spirit. I beg your pardon. I may be rather long in the tooth, but I am still very much alive, I assure you. This is true. Cremation won't help if you don't stay dead long enough to be cremated. So you came to the conclusion that I was a ghost of the last Malik on the basis that we have the same name? Perhaps we had best put this misunderstanding down to an overactive imagination. Jamil IX, the last Malik, was my grandfather. I was named after him, which makes me Jamiel the 10th. Aha. So you were Nabath royalty? It all makes sense now, I think. But why did you disappear like that? I tried to tell you that I was going to return to Mord Sook to prepare your reward, though it seems that you did not hear me. All of that scrabbling around in the dirt must have drowned out my voice. Oh, sorry about that. I will listen harder from now on. In any case, I am incredibly grateful to both of you. I have learned much of my people in their exodus from the flood. But there must be many, many more shinies for us to find. And that is not all. I want to know more about the history of the Mord and their friendship with the Nabath. It is my duty as future leader of Mord Sook. We cannot leave the treasures buried under the desert or let the stories of our ancestors be forgotten. Yes, the most important work. Let us work together to unearth the past. Master Gengen, you have raised a fine son. And he will be a great leader one day if he can avoid working himself to an early grave. Gungun, there are many relics waiting to be discovered, but there is no need to rush. They will not crumble away to nothing while you are resting. Come, we have much to discuss. Oh, Gungun, where are your manners? Svarin, I am sorry, he has forgotten to express his gratitude. Please, allow me on his behalf. Thank you. But I was wondering, between all of that digging, did he find time to rest? For like 5 minutes. Oh, back again, are you? You need another taste of Ron Ron's wares? Actually, we're looking to buy a nectarine. Do you have any in stock? Oh yes, nectarines, peaches, grapes, fresh and juicy. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one, free of charge. Gods, I've never seen a moored merchant give away something for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? Oh, yes, I'll take a jar of honeyed worms as well. Oh no, they're not for me. It's an offering of sorts. The worms, if you please. Only the best wrigglers for you. Come again, my friend. Right, that's our shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the Aetheryte to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. Here are your precious worms. That buys us a trip up to the top of the tower, does it not? Blazed wrigglers, you actually brought them! I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, alright? Only once. Never fails, shall we?
Look, over there, where the wall is broken. Do you see what lies beyond? That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit. Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn. Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals. I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough. But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed? Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons. But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
I'm glad I was able to show you that. When it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the wall is worth more than an hour of Urianger's lecturing. And I needed you to know beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just the threat posed to others. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The carers are truly fond of their wards and would spare them that suffering. It is their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death. Let's catch a bird. You're back. I hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find a nectarine? Yes, we did. Thank you. Alisaie has explained why I wanted this, has she? I can see it in your eyes. But we may not need it just yet. I spoke with the others, and we've decided to keep an eye on Halric for now. Thanks to you, though, if his time does come suddenly, we'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. Well, nothing is going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it's time for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat, and I'll make us a nice stew.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
Another bowl, then.
That's what I like to hear. Give me a moment to warm up the pot. In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs. I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
The Warrior of Darkness?
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrant could tell you a version of it. Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
They're coming.
Desleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
I'm sure it's fine. He just went for a walk. Darn, Alisaie, we have to go look for Halric. Don't know what's gotten into him, but if he's wandering out there alone... Well, science search area isn't split up. Any idea where he might be headed? No, he's never done anything like this before. It can't be a coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated. I can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the inn. Halric isn't very sure on his feet, so he won't have gone far. I'll search the east side. Please, Halric, please be all right. I'll cover the north and west then. You take everything from here to the south. See no sign of Halric. Maybe he went further west. Yep, not there. Go away, lizards! Scan your surroundings in search of Halric, and suddenly find yourself under attack. Hi. Surely there are better ways for them to prove they want to help, though. Skittering menacingly towards me seems less than helpful.
Any sign of him? No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will. Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones. Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it! There it is! Is that... Oh no! Ulrich!
We have to run! Tesseline! No!
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
Oh. I'm sorry, Svarn. I tried to tell carers what happened, but can't be the shoulder they lean on. Not like this. It's just so unfair. Miss Lane was always so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared, that there wouldn't be any pain. Of all the people in the world to suffer such a fate. I imagine you're just as shocked as the rest of us, so I appreciate what you're doing here. Me, I don't have the words. Without a body, we can't even give her a proper burial, and she cared about that sort of thing. About giving people the chance to say their goodbyes. Alric is as unresponsive as ever. Stands motionless, staring up into the sky where the Sin Eaters made their escape. I've spoken with the carers. Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to them. To me. Sorry to interrupt. We realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Amh Araeng. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? There wasn't even a fight. It's too late, too slow, and I thought I could protect you. You can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Amh Araeng back safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing in my role here. I hope you will forgive me for leaving you, and that you will delay Amh Araeng's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course. Just give him what time you can. I always do. Of course. She would have done the same. Farewell, Amh Araeng. Keep Tislin's words close to your heart. Wait, you're leaving this very moment? I understand how you must feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yes, and a purpose. This damned light, building without cease. It's the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. But what if we corrected the balance? Even if it were only little by little, even if it took years, it would surely make things better. Now, hold on there. Everyone knows there's too much light, but how could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. That's right. We should return to the Crystarium. I may not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I've gained here to hurt them. It all the way to mold soup. journey time a bit. Forgive me, Svarn. I couldn't stay there a moment longer. But I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the inn battle against this blight with kindness, I must fight it in my own way, with steel. Miss Alisaie, is there anything I can get you? Your swift is tomorrow. I need to return to the Crystarium immediately. As you wish. Remind me to wear goggles if I ever fly over Amh Araeng again. I've barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help me to clear my head at least. I think I'm ready to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sin Eaters out, shall we? Thank you for seeking me out, Svarn. It meant a lot to have you there at my side. Looking at Alfino, I'd say he's as eager to begin this discussion as I am. I say we lay our experiences before the Exarch and step back to see what kind of picture they make. Then we can decide where to go from here.
And so you return. Have you gained a better understanding of the crisis now faced by the First?
Better is not the word I would use. Some lands may have been spared the flood, but the survivors live only to suffer. There seems no end to the horrors inflicted by the Sin Eaters.
Indeed. Those abominations are a calamity in their own right. And I can well imagine how hopeless the task of eradicating them must seem to you. But after countless battles and untold sacrifice, we have identified a potential weakness. Sin Eaters are drawn to serve the strongest of their kind, a class of creature we call Light Wardens. And from what we have been able to ascertain, only a handful of these entities exist. Just as an ant colony will perish in the absence of its queen, we believe that the death of a Light Warden will cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse.
I have a feeling Eulmore might have something to say about any concerted action we take against these monsters. Vorthra's command over the Sin Eaters is integral to Eulmoran society. In seeming to guarantee his people's safety, it guarantees their obedience. He will not take kindly to us depriving him of such useful allies.
Agreed. Thus we will need to occupy or otherwise divert his forces whilst we proceed with the business of eliminating the Wardens. Until we have done so, all other considerations must be set aside if we are to forestall the 8th Umbral Calamity.
Are you sure that eliminating the Wardens will be enough?
Your uncertainty is understandable, given the circumstances. Perhaps a more detailed explanation is in order. To begin at the beginning, then. In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14 worlds. This is the source, your home. These others are the 13 shards, in whose number we find the first. Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially. Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy. Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source. And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence. If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold. As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds. What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions. An earthquake thus magnified might strike with enough force to shatter continents. A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations. These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities. 7 times has a calamity befallen the source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed. At present, the light-drowned realm of the First stands perilously close to meeting the conditions for a rejoining. It is the Sin Eaters who are to blame for the Light's continued dominance. In addition to attracting their lesser kin, the Light Wardens I mentioned earlier radiate ether, saturating every corner of their territory with light. Even here in the flood-spared region of Northrant, their influence is strong enough to banish night from the sky. Thus, if we are to restore balance to the First and head off a potential calamity, it is imperative that we put each and every Light Warden to the sword.
We've been doing our best to take the fight to the enemy ever since we first heard the Exarch's explanation.
Though we have yet to claim any meaningful victories if truth be told. Apart from being confoundingly elusive, the Light Wardens possess a troublesome quality which compelled us to delay our plans until such time as you arrived.
Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Hallminster Switch is requesting reinforcements. They say the Sin Eaters are attacking in force, and the village could soon be overrun.
Alert the guard. We should be prepared in case the fighting reaches the Crystarium. You have command of our forces in the field, Captain, but hold off on entering the town until I arrive. That goes for Alphino and Alisaie as well.
My lord.
Pray, lend us your strength. Such a fight will provide you with far greater insight than any explanation I could offer.
Hell of a long quest preamble. Hallminster Switch is in the north of Lakeland, so we had best make haste with our preparations. In fact, meet me outside the Crystarium at the crossroads northwest of the Assessor Gate, and I shall lead you there myself. Back to Purple Land. Been a while since we've been here. Right. Damn it! Say I have no quarrel with you, but some of you I do have quarrel with. All set? If we follow this road north, we will arrive at the northern staging point. The village itself lies not far beyond. Quickly now. I mean, if it makes sense. call it a staging point and then call it a night there. Man, it's so far away. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more it really does feel kind of fitting. I think technically any Aether can end up taking on the form of, a prion in this case. Because I mean, I'm sure Kuro and mad cow disease aren't caused by the same misfolded proteins. You can have different ones. Monster Switch is past these gates and through the woods. It is not exactly a near neighbor to the Crystarium, but as we occupy the same region, we have built up something of a cooperative relationship. What can we expect inside, Captain? The town is beset by a swarm unlike any we have seen in recent years. We did our best to evacuate the villagers, but as many as half remain. Judging by the number of eaters present, we have good reason to believe that our Light Warden leads the attack. How convenient. It seems we'll have our chance to slay a warden sooner than we expected. One does not simply slay a warden. Has no one told you what happens if you defeat one of those fiends? They hold more light inside them than all of their underlings put together. It can be struck down, aye, but its essence won't dissipate like the weaker kind. Vile ether will billow outwards and envelop the nearest living being. A reckless young swordswoman, perhaps, and turn her into a brand new warden. Well, you can leave that particular quandary to us. I must ask that the guards stand down and allow us to engage this leader of eaters alone. Concentrate on the survivors. We must save every life we can. But what if... Understood, my lord. As captain of the guard, however, I will not watch you brave such danger without an escort from our ranks. I insist that I go with you. Aha. Very well. Then our warden slaying party shall include myself, the Leveilleurs, Captain Lena, and last but not least... A formidable group indeed. Into Holminster we go. Once we reach the Light Warden, do not hold back. We strike to kill. The instance dungeons encountered in subsequent main scenario quests can be completed solo alongside a supporting party of NPCs. Yeah. This is where they originally introduced trust and duty support. To make use of this feature, simply speak with one of your NPC companions near the entrance to the instance and select the option to form a party. Alternatively, you can also select duty support under duty from the main menu or interact with the instance entrance itself. When forming a party, you will need to follow the same role restrictions imposed when using the duty finder. Alternatively, you can find party members via the Duty Finder as usual and complete the instance with fellow players instead. Right. Yeah, on that note, we'll call it here for the night. Thank you all for coming, and have a good evening, everybody.